we doing? Who juicing?
I'm juicing.
I'm juicing. How we doing? How we doing? Hey, y'all better be juicing now. Y'all better be juicing now. Bugatti. Y'all getting that juicy juice or what? Y'all getting that weekend juicy juice? All right, let's log into everything and get that swiggity swaggity, man. That's delicious. How we doing? Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Oh my goodness. Mega juice, boys. How we doing, y'all? Let me load up the chat. We got Bane Show, Bobby, Zanverse, what's going on? First, what's going on? Bobby, what's going on? Happy 420, what's going on? Indo Lion, what's going on? Heyblade, what's going on? Jedi's Kirk, what's going on? Sharia Khan, what's going on? Oh, fuck, I feel like I'm gonna sneeze. Nope. PDS, what's going on? Sharia Khan, what's going on? Shay's Anatomy says, Ohayo gozaimasu. Kachoya desu ka? Mecha kachoya desu. You know what I'm talking about, Shay's? Quit playing with me, man. Roscoe, let's go. We got Jedi's Kirk in the building. Crypto Manipulation Trader in the building. How's it going, YouTube? Briggsy Players 420 Pasoto. Yeah. Addy Snaps, what's going on? Heyblade, what's going on? Laconi, what's going on? Peter, what's going on? Bulldog, what's going on? Toasted Zergling, what's going on? Braho, what's going on? Happy 420, what's going on? Glenn, what's going on? Pasoto, what's going on? Kaitosh, what's going on? Jupy, Chris, Baldra, Curvies, Bulldog, Ace, Zergling, 60, MJ, Esox, Waz, Mofessional, Kosar, Ice, Quicks, Curvies, Nowojo, Latisse, Dan Green, XLR, Sebenator, Lou Time, Ninja, Pedro, Droman, D. Rezd, Choopy, Refu, Mr. Norris, Bugema Mama. ZX Boy, what's going on? Joopy, what's going on? Layla, good morning. Mr. No Money, Peter, Indo Lion, Mark, Raptorus, Quixie, Loud Conspiracy. Toasted Zergling, I've been getting a lot of weekend round trips, but it's all good. Yeah, most things are gonna get round tripped over the weekend. I'm gonna be working on some KIMBA NFT stuff all day today. Danny, thank you for the 10 gifted. Your voice, worst scene. Thomas, Cage, Bugama Mama, 60, Curvies. Danny with the 10. Danny Bola with the 10. Quit playing with him, Danny. Mark, let's go. TTV Strict, let's go. V001, let's go. Oh, shit, I got him. I thought I hadn't closed my office door. Morked, Portes, what's going on? Namgod, what's going on? 19 Turbo, what's going on? Quicks, Raptorus, Eddie. Ludo, what's going on? Sigur DNS, MEXC83, Kirito Yagi, Loot Time. Zamil, Superman Crypto. D3, what's going on? Medi in the building. All right, so how the fuck? Hazy says, how's it going, Kimba? Did you sleep well? I got like 7 hours of sleep. So yes, I slept well. I can't remember the last time I got like 8 or 9, but I actually woke up on my own. Crazy shit. Oh, what? Oh my god, that is so annoying. What the fuck? Huh. There we go. Where's my cell phone? whoops. Okay. Okay, should we go let us up? What's on my to-do list for today? Lettuce. All right, should we let us up? How you guys doing? JJ, what's going on? Kosar says, today all I've done was studying CVD. Nice. Do you use CVD indicator on all time frames? I don't use any indicator. Oh, you mean like the just plotting it? Maybe 30-minute and higher. Yeah. Fabzu, what's going on? Shays, what's going on? Ignatius, what's going on? Giovanni, what's going on? Dilophosaurus is back from beach. Did I miss the generational long gone soul? No. You still have your 140 long, big boy? Nothing has really changed. So if you remember, Trident, we marked out the level. And then if you look on the 30-minute, it's pretty pixel perfect. So again, this is the level. So whether as long as you have like anything from here or even like the weekly, look at all these levels. Pixel perfect Dilophosaurus. So yeah, as long as you have anywhere between a 140 and 143 long, I think you're okay. You're reaching resistance though. 155, 157, 157 is kind of resistance, but levels look good. Yeah. Dip below, bullish retest, value area high, everything looks good. Next level of interest is like 157. Something like that, right? Here to here. Yeah, 156.50, something like that. And then after that, you have value area high. Gamma School, what's going on? David Ballon, let's go. Triple J says, I still think we can get 120. That's cool, but, you know, trade the data, not what you think, right? So as long as you have an understanding of what am I going to do if it doesn't go to 120, right? Just like I showed you, remember our plan? If just in case it doesn't go to 120, the Trident, the 140 is our area, right? To chase. So I just don't want you to be like, I still think we can get 120 and still not have a long, you know? So as long as that doesn't happen, you're good to go, right? Never, ever let what you think is going to happen or what you want to happen dictate how much money you make. You know what I mean? Just trade the data. It's okay if you want to think that, but, you know, make sure that you plan and you have a plan B, C, D for if it doesn't. All right. You guys all Gucci? Should we go let us up? Should we let us up? How y'all doing, man? Yo, juicing. Yo, getting that weekend juice. How do I do this? Dilophosaurus says, I got in right at the bottom, but just a bit sad. I always shave too much early. That's okay. Well, what basically it means when you shave way too much, Dilophosaurus, is that your subconscious probably doesn't believe that it's going to be able to hit the 450, 500 without a pullback. So that's okay. Yeah, you have to choose if you want to swing for a home run and risk getting round tripped, or if you want to shave a little bit, but you're not going to be able to get the home run. But what you can do is allocate, portions of the trade for a home run and portions of it for a conservative TP. So ZZZ, what's going on? Mo guy says, how long are you going to be on this morning? Probably like 2-3 hours. I'm researching NFT stuff right now for the KIMBA NFT. Yeah, because we're gonna have like the KIMBA gang game. You know what I mean? So we have the KIMBA gang game, and then we're gonna have loot boxes. We're gonna obviously have membership and loyalty programs. We're gonna have the KIMBA verse, real estate and land plot as well. So there's a lot of stuff I got to learn about this, like all these NFT things, and make it so I can tie everything in together. So that's all I'm gonna be doing for the next 3-4 hours. And then I need to tie it in. So if you do own the KIMBA NFT, you're going to be able to get KIMBA token, you know, airdrops and stuff like that. So it's going to equate to like, I don't know, $1 a day if you watch the stream, you know, and then you'll get like $1 of the KIMBA token every day that you watch if you own the NFT. Lots of stuff. How we doing? Rhea Johnson, what's going on? Shiba na Inu, New York, New York. What's going on, Shiba na Inu? Shout out New York. We're about to have a goofy ass mayor though. Laconi says, a lot of time I don't see you on live. What's going on, Laconi? You know we juicing, man. Ludo, let's get it. Pedro, let's get it. Rect only says 4 years late on NFT craze. No. We're getting ready for the upcoming one. Yeah. It helps because I've invested in like 10 different NFT startups. And so I know all the new that's coming up in the next 5-6 years. So yeah, we're actually trying to be prepared for the next craze coming up. Rect only. What chain are the NFTs? Solana. I know if he says, are you still in short? Which one? Make sure you get caught up on the highlights. Feel good. Are you in Sui Long? Make sure you get caught up on the highlights. Just watch yesterday's highlights. Feel good. A Nufi. And then let me know if you have any further questions. All right. You're always going to be asking that because you don't know how I am logically placing my stop losses. So I want you to figure out how I decide where to put my stop loss and profit and why. And if you can understand that, you'll never have to ask me again, Al Nufi, because I do the same logical thought process every single time for the last 3 years. So if you just understand why I'm putting my stop loss and profit, then you'll know where I'm putting it and you can just see for yourself if it got hit or not. But I want you to understand why I do things and then you'll never have to ask me again. Sounds good? But watch yesterday's highlight and then let me know if you have any other questions. Because not only will you know what my current trades are doing, you'll know what the next one is going to be. And you'll notice that I already told you what the entry and the stop loss and profit is for the next one. So the point is you should have known maybe a week ago where my stop loss and profit is. All right, Ainufi, if you can just take time to understand why I'm doing things, you'll never have to ask me things like that again because you'll already know. All right? Hackdogs has been in the Sol NFT ecosystem for a couple of years now. Nice. If you think you have a really good understanding of NFTs and you could contribute, you should DM me. Because I have a team of about 5-6 people right now for the whole NFT project. And I'm always down to have actual KIMBA gang lions part of the team too. You know, it's one thing to have coders and developers, but I don't mind having organic lions helping out. Should we go let us up? Let's go let us up real quick. Got a lot of work to do. Got a lot of notes I gotta take. Got a big to-do list today. Let's go get that Latuche, motherfuckers. Dennis, what's going on? Yeah, DM me on Discord. Yeah, Dan Green, you know a little something? Dennis, thank you for the resub. Dennis, 35 months? We've been together for 3 years? What the fuck? Hey, let's go. Pavel says, I need a job. I mean, are you a developer? I'm going to actually make a Discord post soon, but if anybody, not if you need a job, but if you want to join the KIMBA gang team, holla at me, man. Thomas says, have you ever tried to monitor transactions between market makers like Wintermute and central exchanges? Not really. I mean, if you really want to nerd out on stuff like that, Nerd is probably the better person to ask. Pariafo says, that sounds like healthy piss. The microphone picked that up. The fuck? Kosar says, what you think is an important topic to study? Everything. Everything, Kosar. Yeah, because the thing that you don't know is what will usually end up being your weakness. So you don't want to have any weaknesses. James Kirk says, how big of a collection? Probably 5,000. Dan Green says, yes, work. I work for RPC Friday. So nice, Dan. Do you code? Hackdog says, are you planning on making your own minting platform? No. Yeah, I'm not sure yet. Probably Eden. Mark says, since NFTs slowed down, I've been looking for different ways to make it in crypto. Nice. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be another. Mark, I don't know if you understand or when do you think the next big NFT craze could happen? It might be with altcoin season, right? So just like how we're anticipating altcoin season and I'm trying to get into longs before rate cuts happen, it's the same thing with NFTs in general. Yeah, and like other cyclic events. So, Baratinha says, what kind of help will you need? It's mostly technical implementations. Yeah. Do I need a producer for original music content? I don't think so as of right now. Oh, nice. Well, DM me, Dan Green. Maybe you can help us with the launch. Give me some tips and tricks. I kind of used to be pretty dismissive of NFTs, so I actually don't know as much as I should. I have a whole bunch. I've been gifted a whole bunch. What'd you say, Baratinha? A nice idea is to make a main collection, then airdrop a second collection to the holders. Okay. I didn't even think about that. Hackdog says, any ideas on how much the mint price will be? Not yet, not yet. But we're not gonna make it some pump and dump thing, you know? I might even do it so like, well, I don't want to tell my complete idea, but it's gonna be tied into a lot of different things within the KIMBA verse, you know? Mark, DM me as well. And when you DM me, say, hey, this is Mark from Twitch. How we doing? Everybody Gucci Magooch? All right. Shall we let us up real quick? What are you guys nerding out on, huh? What are you guys nerding out on? What are you guys grinding on this weekend? Baratinha, let's spark up real quick. We got a lot of work to do. We got to take over the world, boys. Jarvis, can we turn on some lights? Inufi says, thanks, Kimba. Got caught up on the plan on YouTube. Nice. Now that you've gotten caught up, Inufi, do you want to talk about anything? Soul. Were you the one that was asking about Soul, or were you asking about Sui? Let me know if you need single prints. And now we can actually start talking, Inufi. Do you want me to go over entries, stop losses? Tell me, now that you're caught up, we're ready to talk, Inufi. So let me know what you want to see. Smaller, daily, time frame, single prints. Let me know, my boy. baratinha. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go! Juice it up! Bugatti. Riddler says I need to update my levels on alts. We could update some levels, man. Okay. For Weed is asking, what do you think about Kava? No opinion really. You like it? Seems like a solid OG that doesn't want to go down much. Shay says, so far I got 59 cents all-time value area low for Pi USD. Okay. Shout out Pi. I don't know what that is. Cool Charag says, any tips for futures trader on how to trade crypto. Since my current strategy is to decide on trend and anchor VWAP and then wait for pullback. Got 2 beginner luck on XRP. Awesome. Well, I love that you are trying to put together a protocol because that'll help you not FOMO. And I love that you're using things like VWAP. I would just say, just keep doing what you're doing. You know, try, learn new things, implement them, try it. It's like trying to figure out a cure for cancer. You're going to say, hey, I wonder if this would work. And then you try it thousands of times to see, like, because if you do it one time and it doesn't work, you don't know if it's actually truly going to work or not. You know what I mean? So you have to start hypothesizing. I wonder if this would work. I wonder if longing or shorting this would work. I wonder, if this divergence or indicator would work. And then it's your responsibility to try it hundreds and thousands of times and make sure that you actually are isolating that variable, right? Because you don't know if the reason your trade didn't work is because of another thing. You want to make sure that it's because you know for a fact that variable is the reason why it didn't work, or you don't want to rely on it too much, or you didn't rely on it enough. And then just continue to do it. You know what I mean? So on the pursuit of trying to cure cancer, for example, you might try this, you might try that, you might try this, you might try that. Right? And you do it thousands of times. And then out of thousands of times, you'll know, hey, 70% of the time, like this was effective. Oh shit, maybe you look into that, right? Another experiment might say 1,000 times this experiment yielded 50-50 results. So it's not that useful or it's not that reliable. You might have tried something and out of 1,000 experiments, 900 times it worked. Well, clearly you need to implement that. Right? So it's the same thing. On the pursuit of trying to figure out your strategy, how should you trade? You're going to say, hey, I wonder if I should incorporate divergences. Well, try 1,000 different experiments with divergences and see what works, right? On the pursuit of trying to see if open interest is valuable to you, when you're trying to figure out if Bollinger Bands work for you, right? But you need to have something that you're actually doing towards a goal. You don't want to just be randomly wasting time for no reason, aimlessly wandering to figure out how you're going to trade. So I like that you're doing anchor VWAP. I like that you're waiting for pullbacks, obviously, but just keep doing that. You're going to figure out, should I implement divergences and how should I do it? Yes or no. You're going to spend, a couple of years trying different combinations and variations and permutations. The thing is, cool Chira, that I wish more new traders realized faster is that there's no black and white copy and paste strategy that works for me but would also work for you. It would be like me saying, hey, ask out girls exactly how I do it. Like that would never work if you have a different personality, if your risk management isn't the same. The way that you decide to do something in life is probably very different from the way that I decide to do something in life. So how you decide to take a trade, if you want to long or short, because I'm somebody that always thinks of worst case scenario. Okay. So if I'm bullish, you're going to see me do things and talk about things that to the basic viewer might seem like I'm bearish. But since I'm bullish, I'm always going to be thinking about what could fuck me. And that's just the way that I am. If you meet me in real life, I'm always going to be talking about worst case scenario and planning for worst case scenario. And plenty of times my wife, baby girl, has been like, oh my God, can't you just, not be thinking negative so much. I've heard that comment so many times in my life, dude. Why do you have to be so negative? Just be positive. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's not how I work. You know what I mean? So some people might think I'm negative, but all I'm trying to do is make sure what I want happens. So since I'm so bullish, I'm going to fucking head short everywhere. You know? But just like how some people might think I'm negative, other people, you know, traders might think that I'm bearish. But it's the complete opposite. I want what I want to happen so bad that I'm always thinking of worst case scenarios and ways that I could get fucked, and the thing that I want to happen might not happen. So there is no such thing as, this is how I trade, it'll work for you. Just like how there is no such thing as, this is how my riz and my game and how I get girls interested in me, this is how I do it, you should do it it will never be like a one-to-one thing. All I can do is encourage you to continue to try different things, see what works and what doesn't, and be consciously trying to improve. The worst thing that can happen as a trader is you look back on how you traded 6 years ago, 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, a year ago, and you're doing the same shit. Imagine being an athlete and you still play the same way that you did 6 years ago, 5 years ago. Like, your shooting your goal percentage should be getting better. Your speed should be getting better. What are we doing? And the thing is if you're not getting better, you're getting worse in this game, because this is a zero-sum game. So there is no such thing as you're the same. You're getting worse because your competition is getting better. You can't, you're not trading the same. Everybody else is getting better. Everybody else is beating you. And I just wish that newer traders would realize these things a lot quicker. I feel like the average trader, it takes them 2, 3, 4 years for these things to click. And I don't know if it's I'm like the last of a dying breed type of shit, or if I'm just like that typical old head that thinks like the next generation is weaker, stupider, lazier, whatever. But I see so many people that want like instant gratification instead of embracing, and taking pride in the fact that you survived and prevailed on something that most people quit. You know? So you have to understand that this is going to take time. You have to understand that this is going to be complex and hard. You have to understand that most people can't do what you're trying to do. So inherently, by definition, it's going to be extremely challenging and difficult. So something like that. I don't know. I just wish people could start doing the right things earlier in their career. But I don't think you're ever going to be able to copy the way that somebody else trades one-to-one and have the same type of success. Because I feel like there's so many subconscious personality dependent things that go on in your head when you're deciding to pull the trigger and risk your own money and decide if you want to enter a position. So you're going to have to, at some point, figure out a way to build organic confidence, you know, not fake confidence, not confidence because an influencer or somebody on YouTube or Twitch agrees with you or has the same directional position as you. Just looking at what's available to you, the data, trusting what you've seen before historically, and trusting your own risk management and understanding that this is a game of longevity. So it's about thousands of trades. It might not work this time. You know, maybe you have 2 trades that are 70%, 65%, but they still don't work out. But it's about not getting triggered, not being bummed, and getting ready for the next one, and still not being afraid to take it if it's a statistically advantageous trade. But yeah. But you got to love this, though. You know, I think we all love it. So I think that's what gives us an edge. Yeah. 19 minutes on the 30-minute. But yeah, something like that, brother. I think we, apologies. That was kind of a let us stop answer. But yeah, like I think you're doing great with Anchor VWAP and waiting for pullback. I would maybe sprinkle in, you know what the 3 types of levels that I like are? Volume-based levels. So VWAP is one of them, but volume profile is another. I like time-based levels. So TPO, point of control, and value levels I think are pretty important. Not only understanding value ranges for volume, but value ranges for time. You know, like understanding most of the time is spent between here and here. And then Fibonacci levels, like mathematical base levels. James Kirk says, I still remember getting Kava airdrop, Kachoy. Why did I think Kava was like a car selling platform? Shout out Zergling. Cowboy Surfer says, one of the things that I've seen is that you have really good intuition. That takes time. Yeah, and what, you know, I think intuition is just subconscious memory recall or pattern recognition, maybe. Would that be fair to say? Like intuition is just subconscious pattern recognition? Carvana. Oh, yeah. I was thinking like Carvana or some shit. Yeah, because, you know, like, here's the thing. Literally, I'm not even exaggerating this, right, Cowboy Surfer? Because y'all been here with me close to damn near 4 years for every day straight. My dumb ass, yo goofy ass, been watching this shit together, right? I've been watching this shit for every day. Like, because I could be bullshitting that I've been doing this, the same type of behavior, the same type of shit for years before streaming, right? But it's undeniable, even if you think everything about the pre-stream days is bullshit, it's undeniable. I've been here for goddamn almost 4 years. Think about this, Cowboy Surfer. I've been here, and y'all been here with me, most of you guys, for almost 4 years, every day, right? Like bare minimum 7 hours. But if you're talking about the early 2 years, 10 to 12, maybe 14 hours a day in this bitch. You know? So, like, there's enough patterns, I feel like, where even the ding-dongs of the ding-dongs would be able to recall certain things. And we've been watching this shit together. So, like, the proof is in the pudding, you know? But think about that, dude. For the last 4 years, damn near, close to, 7 to 10 hours a day, I've been staring at this shit. So I would hope I've picked up a few things, you know? Because that shit is undeniable. Like, we've been here together every day for almost 4 years, OG. That's crazy. I mean, I hope I can remember a couple things. God damn. I've been watching this bitch since here with y'all. I hope I've learned a thing or two. Fuck. And I think that's the really cool thing is you're getting to see, that's the thing about streaming, right? Is that you get to see the person's development in real time. Like when you're watching like Kai Cenat, for example, Kai Cenat, like you got to see him living in the Bronx with the rat running across his, the thing that made him super viral, right? Like the little rat that ran across his room and he didn't notice. But now he's, making millions of dollars a month. And like you get to see the development of the character, right? Like any good movie, there's a character arc, right? That's really the only thing that makes it interesting. I'm not as funny or as entertaining as like an entertainment content creator, like a Kai Cenat or a Ludwig or a XQC or a Mr. Beast. But my character development or the development that you guys get to see is how does this motherfucker improve? And, does he get better? Does he not? And I think subconsciously, that's what people get attracted to for the stream. Because people can see that. And I think that's the true value is to be, and if you really think about what we talk about and preach, it's not about like a specific way to trade. It's really just this abstract idea that every trade, you have an opportunity to see where you're lacking, but also at the same time, see what you're doing really well and just continuously adapt, evolve, and improve. And every day, just kind of showing up and enjoying it and just doing your best. I think that's what it all is about. But for sure, I would hope that I am trading differently than 4 years ago, because what the fuck am I doing if I'm not? Yeah, but plenty of mistakes, plenty of losses, plenty of fucked up trades. And on the flip side, plenty of juice and plenty of things that I've done right. And overall, it's just been an amazing journey, Pino says, imagine in 3 years again. For sure. I can't wait. I mean, imagine where we will all be in 3, 4, 5, 6 years. Yeah. But in no way, shape, or form do I feel like I've reached the level that I want to get to. And every day I get excited at the opportunity to learn something new or, get better. But yeah, man, it's been dope. But yeah, I would hope that I have been improving and I do things differently and I look at things differently because that's what I'm here for. And I hope that's what you guys are here for too. Just every day getting better, getting closer and closer, one thing at a time, one step at a time. Every day that you guys push through and don't quit, there's hundreds of other people on that same day decided that trading isn't for them. And it's one less competition. Wayne just super chatted $7.70. Shout out Wayne. Wayne says, with July 4th, NFP could be entries. Stay 3 moves ahead. Last year, July 4th, August 4th, and December 5th bottoms. Chart at print unit. Jesse Papinkman. I love you, Wayne. I'm right there with you, Wayne. Yeah. I'm probably going to be doing like a company, like a corporate July 4th thing, but I'm still going to show up like 5 o'clock in the morning and nerd out, and it'll be a shorter stream, but I will for sure be here on Friday. You gonna be here? I'll show up, do the morning stream, hang out with you guys till maybe like 10, 11, and then I gotta probably dip out for like a July 4th barbecue. But after the barbecue, I'll probably pop my head back in too for like a little night get together on Friday. Yeah, like I said, man, the next couple of months, I'm going to be really try-harding because you know me, I'm waiting for those rate cuts. I'm trying to front run the rate cuts and get into some really nice altcoin positions before they start to really go. So Cowboy Surfer says, those were big, long days, early days in my trading, but totally locked in for sure, for sure. Mandalo, let's go. James Kirk says, Kimba, why I started leverage trading was Carl the Moon, LMAO. That is hilarious, James Kirk. That's fucking hilarious, my guy. James says, never good at day trading, but getting it together. Nice. Well, there's going to be a couple of things that I think is going to be really cool in July. One of the things is going to be the 100K to 1 mil challenge, James Kirk. And I think there's a couple of tricks that even some OGs haven't realized yet because they haven't done the necessary nerd out. And I'm sure when I do it live on the 100K to 1 mil challenge, you're going to be like, what the fuck? Why have I not ever thought of this? There's going to be a couple things that I do, and you're going to think to yourself, how the fuck did I not think of this? And there's going to be little tips and tricks that you're going to see me do. I think you're going to realize that you're making things just a little bit too complicated. Let me ask you this, James Kirk. Would you agree with me on this comment? Things in life are synergistic. What I mean by that is when you can do things the right way, they add up. So 1 + 1 + 1 = 3. If you fuck up shit in life, they also add up and become synergistically worse. So I'll give you an example. Like, let's say you make a mistake, right? And you drive drunk and you get a DUI. Okay. The second time you get a DUI, is it the same value as having a first DUI in your life, or is it worse because you've already made that mistake before? And what I'm saying is, if you start to crank up your leverage, it gets worse and worse and worse. 7x isn't that bad, but 15x is not the same as 7x. It's geometrically worse. And so just by toning your leverage down from somebody that's doing 20x, 25x, and lowering that bitch to 4x, do you know how much better of a trader you can become? And what you're going to notice, James, is all I'm doing is using volume-based levels, time-based levels, and Fibonacci-based levels to find areas that I want to long or short. When it goes to that level, I'm going to look at open interest, CVD, structure, and S&P and figure out if I have a reason to long or short at that level. I'm going to use low leverage and very small percentage of the trading capital. Once it goes beyond stop loss and profit, I'm going to take that 3x, 4x, 5x, crank it up to 25 or 33x. I'm going to get capital back, and I'm going to be ready to take another trade. I've also put that trade now, stop loss at break even. 90% of the time, that trade is going to get stopped out in tiny profit or break even. Sometimes I'm going to be just straight up wrong, and I'm going to get filled, and I won't have the opportunity to put my stop loss at break even, and my invalidation and the lower low or the higher high will get hit, and I'll take a small L or a medium L. But I'm going to have most of my trades, if I have those 3-4 edges that I just talked about, I'm going to be able to put my profit at stop loss at tiny profit or break even. Okay, so as long as I have a ratio that is proportionate to taking those medium L's with the tiny profits should balance out any of the very, very small probability medium-sized L's that I might take. And I wouldn't even say medium-sized L's, because we're talking about a 7.5 or a 7.86 entry that gets stopped out at the 0 or the 1, right? So as long as the ratio is correct and you're maintaining it, and really that's one of the things that should give you, when I say like, where your entry is, so go ahead, and what your size is, so go ahead and calculate, okay, how much you should shave to put your stop loss at break even. There's all of these smaller time frame, medium time frame, higher time frame math equations that should be dynamically flying in your head. Do you have a hedge short that you took so that you can be a little bit more aggressive on this long? And even if you do take a loss on this long, you have the hedge short up top that's covering for it. So basically you just don't make any money on the short when you took the long attempt in that zone, for example. Like, how well planned out and covered are you? And if you don't have hedge like that, maybe if you do have a position that is in the green, you have to shave 30-40% when it goes to your TP1 instead of the 2, 3, or 4 or 5%. And it's just this mathematical juggling act that you're supposed to be doing. And I think most people don't have this part done, James, and they're just kind of freestyling it, bro. And you can't do shit like that. So some of you guys are going to see like what I'm doing and why I'm doing it, how I'm doing it. And you're going to think to yourself, why the fuck did my dumbass never think of this? I don't know. But that's the biggest thing that I think most people are going to learn and see when you guys see me do the 100K to 1 mil is I'm really planning and preparing ahead. And when I say shit like make sure it's a free roll, when I say shit like KIMBA gang, we can't lose, I'm really setting it up so I can't lose. Like, the world has so many little gimmicks that you can do where the rich just get richer. You just need to implement those things in trading. Anyways, you'll see what I mean. I think some things like are so obvious that you guys have picked up on it. So like if you shave, you can still put your stop loss at break even and have it at a lower low or a higher high. Right? But if I don't say to people, shave it, realize some profits. So if you do get stopped out on the 914 or behind the 886, or maybe even a lower low or a higher high, it's not that big of a deal because the realized profits is going to counter the rest of the realized loss that you might have to hit. You can take a short, not because you're bearish, but because the data says so. And you really want a long, so you can be more aggressive taking the long because you know that you can still take a loss on that long attempt because that short's going to cover it. just shit like that. I think that'll help people slowly, steadily make money. And I'll tell you something too. When you have 2, 3, 4 green trades showing up in your when you log into your exchange and it says position 0, it hits a lot different when it says positions 4 or 5 or 6 and they're all in the green. You're not gonna FOMO as much. So that's what I mean by when you start doing the right thing, it becomes synergistic. Okay? You're hedged. You're thinking, you're prepared ahead of time. You already have a short, so now you can be aggressive on the long. Oh my God, you were aggressive on the long and you got lucky, so now you're juicing on the long. Who gives a fuck if you get round tripped on the short? You're juicing, right? Now you don't have to chase and increase your probabilities of fucking yourself up even more. So when you start doing the right things, holy fuck, it lines up. When you're doing all the wrong things, it just keeps you, it puts you in a deeper and deeper and deeper hole. That's why I always harp on shit like make sure you're prepared, manage risk, do the right thing. Because once you start doing it, it lines up and it becomes incredible. It's like an exponential benefit curve. It's insane. But I think some people just need to see somebody like me do it live so they actually can be like, oh my God, this is the way that I should be managing risk. This is how I should be managing position size. This is how I should be managing leverage. And I'm not even doing it. There's so many different variations of the thing that I'm going to show you guys that you guys can customize it and hybridize it however way you want to do it. You know? But it's like the fucking US tax code. It's like real estate. You know, how the fuck is it that somebody that is in a lower income tax bracket or is in middle class ends up paying more for cars and houses than somebody like me? How the fuck is it that I don't pay any taxes on any real estate income, or I can write off the entire Range Rover? How is it that I can get a Range Rover for free and there's a, middle-class family that is taking a $30,000 depreciation on a $50,000 minivan? You just have to figure out how you're supposed to set yourself up to be at the top of the food chain. And I haven't even started talking about staking and passive income and all this other shit that you could be having making your crypto work for you. You don't need to just have 10,000, 50,000, 500,000, or whatever you guys have, USDT just sitting in the exchange. That's mad retarded. So I'm excited to kind of show you guys what I know, have you guys get caught up, and then you guys go out and see all the different ways that you can tweak it, hybridize it, customize it. You guys do different things and have your own ways of doing it. And then months later, come back to me and be like, dude, I know this is how you like to do it, but I did it this way and this is the outcome I got. And I might be like, holy shit, that's sick. I'm going to do it the way you're going to do it. You never know. But some of these things honestly aren't that difficult. Most of these things are common sense. How many of you guys were like, okay, that makes sense. He's realizing a little bit of profit, which allows him to put the stop loss at the lower low or higher high. So if it does retrace to the 7.5 or 7.86, he's rarely getting stopped out, whereas my dumbass is. You know, like that's not... Once you hear it, you're like, holy fuck, that makes sense. I can realize profit. I can shave a little bit. And so that means I can put my stop loss at break even, behind my entry. It doesn't even have to be a higher high or lower low. But if you're somebody that's like, dude, I always end up somehow, some way, my entry ends up being the golden pocket or the 7.5 retracement of the move, what the fuck? Well, shave a little bit so you don't have to have your stop loss necessarily at the lower, the higher, but you can at least have it behind your entry. And if you do get hit, whatever you shaved is going to counteract whatever you're going to realize as a loss. And so theoretically, you can still have your stop loss behind your entry or above your entry, depending on if it's a long or a short, and you're still getting stopped out at break even tiny profit. So, yeah, man. Anyways. James Kirk says, my biggest problem is being too early and getting stopped or way too high leverage, but no more high leverage. James, yeah, dude, you got to stop doing that shit. It's just pure greed. Do you think that anyone at that, let's say, for example, you went to like a really dope ass college, you're graduating top of your class, you're going to get, you're going to be working at Goldman Sachs, they're going to give you $500 million. Do you think you're going to use all of that? You think you're going to go higher than 5X, my guy? Like, high leverage is purely degenerate retail shit. You have to know that. Nobody that is actually doing it for real and like as a profession does that. So why the fuck would we? Like, this is what I would say, James Kirk. Anything, this is basically what my metaphor would be, okay? Do you know what basketball, right? Bro. Hedge funds, institutional trading, 2X, 3X, 4X, 5X, okay? Playing fundamental solid basketball, okay? 10X and higher, brother, we're launching it from half court. Understand? That's literally what it is. I'm not sugarcoating it, and I'm not exaggerating it, my guy. Anything above 10X, you're launching it from half court. That is literally what it is from a probability standpoint. Have you seen the study that Bybit or Binance did where anything higher than 18X, it had a 93% probability of getting liquidated? Think about that. Their historical data showed that if your trade is higher than, and I can't remember if it was 18X or 16 or 22 or whatever the fuck it was, but they showed the data and broke down brackets for leverage. And it was like anything above 18, 16X, it had like a 95% chance of getting liquidated. Or let me rephrase, every trade that was higher than 18X leverage, okay, 95% of them got liquidated. So, and I don't know if it's people just don't want to think about it that way, but there's people that don't understand it like that. Like, people genuinely cannot understand probabilities in a way where it's basically equivalent to a half-court lob. So, yeah, man. But anyways, who juicing? All right, I got to keep nerding out on these NFTs, my guy. You good? Yeah, but James, it's crazy because you would actually probably be richer and be more successful at trading if you could just stop being so greedy. And notice how I didn't say anything about you knowing more about CVD, you being more knowledgeable about open interest. But don't worry, bro. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. The beautiful thing about people like you and people like me is if you truly are here to make money, and if I prove to you that you make way more money and a lot faster by doing the right thing, I can probably get your ass to do the right thing. That's the good news about people like us. Bro, if somebody guaranteed me that eating like dog shit would guarantee me profits and good trading, I would eat dog shit every day for breakfast. I'll do whatever the fucking math says or the book says that can guarantee it. So all I have to do is just show you, right? I have to show you. But if you are seeing the 100K to 1 mil challenge completely juicing and your goofy shit, your trading balance isn't really, you're probably going to be like, okay, let me try it this way. Fuck. But yeah, it's just some slow and steady shit. And what you're gonna start to understand is by eliminating moments when you get complete like wrecked, like you lose 80% of your capital, right? Like your trade is like negative 80%, negative 90%. God forbid you got liquidated, but like if you can eliminate that, there's value in that from an emotional standpoint. Do you, yes or no? Do you think that there's value, whether it's confidence or feeling some type of way to know that I haven't had a crazy loss in years? Do you think there's value in when I'm deciding if I should take a long or a short, when I'm getting ready to place limits or market smash, that I have full confidence in myself that I will not let it get out of control, and I'm not going to let, it's never, a trade that I'm going to take is never going to be a big loss because I have 100% certainty and confidence in myself that I'm going to be able to do the right thing and I'm going to be able to man up and realize a small or a medium loss. Like subconsciously knowing that. Do you think that it can hurt people or it can be a detriment or it can be a competitive disadvantage if you don't have that kind of confidence? So these are things that you would want to ask yourself and answer honestly. And it's up to you. You know, some people may say no. Some people may say yes. I'm more of the type to say yes. These things there's value and it does impact my ability to enjoy trading, and my ability to enjoy trading impacts how good I am at the end of the day. So like, you know, lock in on some of these things and make a decision for yourself on what you think is maybe value. But that's why I always repeat the things and highlight the things that I say, because I don't really think your strategy or TA is gonna make that much of a difference in terms of how successful you are as a trader. But things like risk management, preparation, you know, how well thought out your planning is, I think those have a much bigger impact on how well you are as a trader. And those are abstract concepts. Like how you execute those things, I don't really care. I just want, you know, I don't care how you prepare yourself. I just want you to be prepared. Exclamation prepared. Anyways, Lions, happy Saturday. What are we even talking about? Ka-cha! Any questions about the charts? You guys okay? Don't get God in retail arena. This is retail arena. So, losing money in here, goofy. Do not lose money trading this range. JJ said, is there any soul news? Why is it pumped? Nope, it's all going to be math, brother. There's no resistance until 157, if not higher. So, yeah, we talked about it this a little bit earlier, but these, I haven't changed these levels. Look. So this is what you need to be prepared for. First off, make sure you have these levels, okay? All of these, okay? I don't want you to be like, was there soul news? Why did it pump? Because it's math. Okay. So make sure you understand value, okay? This price action, this is value area high. Okay, that's why we marked it. Look at the way that these candles reacted. You should not be like, I'm not saying this is what's going to happen, but you shouldn't be surprised if it does this. You know that, right? Have you done this? Do you know what that is versus that? Versus, do you know what the difference between this, and this is? Have you done swing low, swing high like this? You know, you could even look for value here. What you want to do is start to look at this. Okay, so you're going to go. So basically, you're going to go from here to here. Doesn't have to be exact. This is how 3-4 weeks ago I came up with the 157 zone. And this is why 2 hours ago when we first, or excuse me, I'm exaggerating, an hour ago when we talked about this, I said your next level of resistance is 157. Okay, so if this is value and this is value area low, the whole reason we were talking about this line is you have a chance to get into a long here. This is your trident. That's your value area low. So having a long from here is what you want because the rotate is from here to here. Okay? Now, this is a concept called value profile. Okay? This is the same reason why we were looking at longs on Biddy, right? Relatively speaking, we were trying to get into longs before it breached value area low, correct? We wanted to long all of this, right? We knew it was going to breach 100, right? We said there's going to be two teams. There's going to be the 98-91 and there's going to 98-99 and there's going to be the 91-92, right? But regardless of how low it went, the idea was you need to get into longs before we get back into value area low. Once you get back into value area low, you're going to rotate to value area high. All right, JJ? So this is all math, brother, and you can do that on Bitcoin, you can do that on gold, you can do that on Solano. Alrighty, so if you thought that was pretty cool, or maybe you thought it was complete bullshit and boring as fuck, I would encourage you to continue to do things. And that was just volume, brother. That was just volume profile, okay? I could nerd out with you on open interest, CVD, divergence, and really sprinkle in some alpha and some try-hard if we really needed to. And if you want me to, I can do that, but I would encourage you to really nerd out and use a weekend like today to start testing it out for yourself. I don't want you to ask me to explain it to you. I will if you want me to. But I want you to, it's not that hard to learn the basics. I want you to start fiddling around with it, playing around with it. And when you have like an intermediate or an advanced level type of question, holler at me. I think for the introductory knowledge, for the foundational knowledge, there's plenty of amazing YouTube videos out there, that was made by somebody that can explain it a lot better than I could probably. All right, but that's just value, my guy. So I don't want you sit there thinking, oh shit, what the fuck? Not saying that you sound like that, by the way. I don't know why I'm using that voice. I'm sorry. All right. Let's let us up, JJ. You good? But yeah, nah. It's not news, my guy. It's value rotate. All right. Let us up, man. What the fuck are we doing? What is this doing? Just doing some goofy mathematicas, huh? Fibonacci, though.
You just said.
You just said. My pleasure, JJ. We got to get this caffeine in my body. All right. I got maybe like another hour. With you guys. Because I gotta really lock in on this NFT generation thing. If you have experience with NFT shit, mainly the technical aspect, holler at me on Discord. Not only we'll get some compensation for you. We're doing a lot of cool stuff, so
you know, one thing my trainer, he told me.
You might be really interested in what we're doing.
He just told us.
Sherry, you good? JJ says, it's also how I do. It's only BTC, ETH, do nothing, and solo 6%. Yes, well, wait until altcoin season, brother, when Bitcoin and ETH might be dumping, but altcoins and meme coins are up 20%, dude. You're going to be like, why is Bitcoin down 1%, but Fartcoin is up 25? What the fuck? Bro, get ready, dude. Get ready, my guy. You're going to roll one? Hey, JJ, let's go. Let's roll one, man. Let's go. Let's go. Everybody to the balcony. Not literally, but grab your thing. Dilophosaurus says, I made NFTs before. I did a potato lottery NFT. What the fuck? Hey, by the way. Damn, should I go to the steakhouse downstairs? They have the best French fries. I just want some really good French fries right now. Why'd you do that to me? Damn, that's kind of American, huh? Shay says that is a trader selling BTC to buy alts. Yeah, the liquidity will exit. And then how do you see that data-wise? Shay's anatomy. Isn't that basically what Bitcoin dominance is? Kachaya! Data. Baratinha says America #1. How you guys doing this weekend, though? You guys grinding? You guys nerding out? Mandelo says deep nerd out. Let's go. Hell yeah. Okay. I gotta, Baratinha says grinding, nerding out on the highlights. Nice. Anything you guys want to talk about? Like levels, scalp long, scalp short, and you guys want to talk about that? What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? I can't, well, I mean, I can believe it, but I'm a little bit, what's the right word? I'm ticklish about the fact that they actually did end up leaving bad lows on a Friday. That's, boy. I said, hey, Houston, quit playing with me. And Houston was like, that wasn't me. I said, I know, but quit playing with me. Toasted says, I keep scalp shorting, hoping to ride one to 104. Ooh. Okay. I feel ya. Yeah. It is. Yeah, what I would say, Zergling, is make sure you are I don't want to say comparing. Well, you have to compartmentalize the two trades. You can't keep shorting because you're so fixated on being able to get the 104 long opportunity. Because in essence, that's how you get trapped. So being prepared and enthusiastic about longing 104 is different from being able to articulate that it's bearish at 1077. But I feel you though. The way that I would look at it, Toasted Zergling, is if I get stopped out on the short, the 104 SFP is probably not going to be a good long. I would start to feel they cleaned everybody. They stopped out all the shorts to go lower. The only one that I would allow, or like the only scenario that I would allow, is the 1078 to get cleaned. Like this one. I would take this one again. But any of these getting stopped, like this first, and then it's back below, then I don't think I'm going to look to long 104. All right. Jay just says there's big short squeeze 109K. Yeah, the thing about that is it's a domino effect. So there's a very high chance that it would go beyond that, right, JJ? Which is why I would prefer to be in a 104 long before the squeeze happens. Yeah, you would need tremendous selling pressure at that 101 resistance for it to reverse from there. And that's still possible. And bears would not only have to do that, but they would also have to avoid the bullish retest longs that people are going to start to take off of value area high. Yeah. Anyways, I don't know, man. They never make it easy for us, so I'm ready for a, 1063 SFP. I'm ready for a 104 SFP. I'm ready for 102. Right? So Dan Green says we must let some bad highs behind to, yeah, and at the end of the day, I think you don't want to get overly cute with like the bad highs to get left behind, the bad lows need to get swept. Like we're not market makers, so they're just gonna bait us on all that shit. All we know is if it is unfinished, there's a probability it's gonna get cleaned. And we have to trust the data, we have to trust the math. But trying to predict or assume when it's gonna happen or saying that it has to happen before this one gets cleaned is probably pushing it at that point. So we can identify the bad lows, bad highs. We know that there are always gonna be opportunities to get cleaned, but beyond that, who knows? JJ says, I'm looking 1065, 1058, 104, even all the way to 88. Yeah, well, you don't, yeah, I mean, you don't have to, that's great that you're aware of all of those levels. For the weekend and Monday and Tuesday, you don't have to, go that far deep down. You're going to have the RTH gap. So right off the rip, Sunday CME resumption, you're going to be able to tell which way the markets are starting to look. Maybe with up to like 5-6% extra edge. So what I'm saying is if Sunday CME ETH opens with a bearish gap, I would add 5-6% to a bearish scenario on Monday open. If it has a bullish gap, I would say you could add a 5% edge to it playing and continuing out on Monday RTH open. And then Monday RTH open is going to add like another 6-7%. So do you remember all the things we talked about in terms of if it opens inside, above, or below the RTH gap? Yeah. So I'm excited for Monday, man. I'll probably be here tomorrow when CME resumes. So there should be no surprises. We'll get to see it live together. Let us the fuck up. Quit playing with me.
Shout out KIMBA. Let's get it. KIMBA was popping.
Math, fibs, levels, divs, let's go, Kachoy! Hey, how we doing, Saturday Lions? Juice! Hey, Jovan, what's going on, man? Peter, happy Saturday. Zazy, how you doing? Ninja, you good? Lurson, are you good? Appmo, are you good? In weekend like this, a poker night with commentary would be perfect. Really enjoyed yesterday poker. You dug it, Appmo? You want more? You want to do it? How many people played yesterday? You want to do another one next Friday? Oh, but well, that's July 4th. $120? What the fuck? That's weak as hell. Oh, that we're on the verge of not doing it. What happened? Baratinha, what happened? I mean, like Ashton Hall said, we got to do at least 10,000. Should we do it like middle of the week? Maybe Friday is not good. Maybe Wednesday night? Maybe Saturday morning? You know what? It should be It should be weekends. Mandelo says maybe one time a warm up to CME resumption on a Sunday. Ooh. Sunday CM before Sunday CME is actually not bad. We'll have to try a couple and see which one has the most amount of participants probably. Because data. Hasta la Vista says 4 hours in front for opening ad Sunday. What's going on, Danny Cafeluta? What the fuck is Spidey bot, dude? Okay, that works, I guess. That Nightbot is still firing it off, huh? Hasta la Vista says, can we already signed up with Hyperliquid and the... Is your N key not working on your keyboard? Because you keep typing add, and I don't know if you mean and. Kachaya! Sato, bless me. Shays. What's up, baby? What's up? You done with your thing?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know, chicken and waffle sounds good.
Okay.
Do they have it?
Let me check really quick. Yes.
It's available?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my, okay, and see if the brunch menu shows up.
I see sticky ribs, but let me see. No.
Damn. Gentlemen. Um, what should I do? No, Wojo says that was the hardest decision. Dude, it still is. You know what I'm thinking? Wait, where the fuck did I type that? Why does this not? All right, I'm gonna be back in about an hour. I'm gonna go grab some food and then I'm gonna just grind all night. Should I keep the YouTube simulcast running? Thinking no. Bozo says, what will you eat, bro? I'm craving scrambled eggs, bacon, pancakes. I'm just going straight American food. Okay, Dilophosaurus says, what do you believe are the chances for clearing the battle on Mondays? Hi. Giovanni, you good? Totono, you good? Crypto Craze, what's going on? What will you eat? Pancakes, I think I answered that one. That's what I have for breakfast. Let's go. Rami, let's go. Ninja, let's go. Mandalo, let's go. Baratina says, I was a servant in Fort Lauderdale when I was young. Let's go. Shout out Fort Lauderdale. Should we keep the YouTube running? Trying to figure out what to do. Okay, yeah, I have to be back because I have to finish the NFT stuff. Let's do that. Whoa, what the fuck? Okay, let's do it. Shall we? Okay, I'll be back. Riddler says, might see you later. Yeah, I'll be back in about an hour. I'm gonna just go get food. It was either go out to eat right now for brunch or go out to eat for dinner. And I didn't, I want to grind all night. I've got so much work to do, so I'm gonna go eat out right now. And then settle in to grind for like 10 hours straight. Now I'm in. Okay, all right, I'll be back. Oh, let me activate the thang. Juice this shit up, my butt. Let's go.